All right, I think we are just about ready to get going here. So, how's everybody doing today? Hope you're doing good. I will definitely say things could be better, but they could also be worse. Here, I'm just gonna shift some things here just a bit. There we go. It's a little better. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and get into our world. And yeah, I already had a comment on this the other day, and I have not updated to 1.16 yet, and that is because I am wanting to I'm wanting to save the experience of 1.16 for when we start the Rusty Gears server. So I just want to kind of keep that all off on its own. So that's the reasoning behind why I haven't updated. But yeah, we definitely got a bunch of stuff done in our last YouTube episode, and we did get our refractory bricks done and our cementation furnace put together. We have since gotten that burning, and we are letting it do its thing in here. So I suppose the first thing I ought to do is check and see how my charcoal is doing here, because we got to keep this fueled. So looks like we could use a couple of pieces of charcoal here. So actually, I think what I found to do here is throw a few pieces of charcoal down there so that we can get down lower, and then we can fill both locations. Then all that we have to do is break this back up, but I think I'm going to leave it for now. But yeah, charcoal. 345 charcoal. That's not going to go terribly far. Now, we could set up a coke oven and go get coal, but charcoal is renewable. And so I've been out collecting a bunch of redwood. We got 626 logs there and a whole bunch of, well let's see. We need to go clean out our inventory. But we got a bunch of the regular logs, and then up here in the base, we have a whole bunch of oak logs as well. So, yeah, we've got more than a few of those. And sticks. There we go. And then we also have a seashell. She sells seashells by the seashore. Yeah. Tongue twisters. Gotta love them. So, what I want to do today is get a monster charcoal pit set up. And so, I want to get a 13 by 13 by 13, and I want to set it up in a location that we can continue to use it over and over and over. So, I think the best place for that is going to be in this mountain right here. So, we're going to need to go in there and quarry out a 13 by 13 by 13 space. Now, the question becomes, where do we actually want to do it? Do we want to come in, like, right here off of the path? Or do we want to have another path that kind of goes down the side of it here? Oop, can't go through there. Goes down the side, maybe down between this little hill and the mountain, and then goes in here. I don't know. But, yeah, that's what I've got planned for today. Part of the reason I'm doing this is because I've got to kill some time while we're waiting for this steel to get finished in there. And the sad part is, once I get it finished, I'm going to have to go and do it all again. Because I think we only get like 16 ingots at a time. You don't get a whole heck of a lot out of this thing every time. So, yeah. I don't know. Who we got in the chat? That would be the first thing. I have this. Well, I don't know. I don't recognize that name, so it's not going to be someone that typically gives advice on what I should be doing. But I don't know. I would like some input on whether I should just go into the side here or right into this portion, or if I should go further down. I don't know. Now, another thing that I would like to know is whether or not I can put an iron door on a charcoal pit and it would work. I doubt it. I mean, for now, I'm thinking I would just try... Well... Excuse me. Oh. That was not good. But, well, let's see. We are using granite path here? Yeah, granite path. So let's go ahead and go grab some granite path. Because one way or the other, we're going to need some path. Whether it be just a little bit of path or a lot of path, I don't know. And I believe path is in here. Yep. Awesome. Okay, so we'll grab stairs, blocks, and slabs. That'll work great. And let's go back out here and see if we can kind of figure out where we want to do this. So, I guess the bigger question is, do we even have enough space here to do a 13 wide and 13 tall? So if we kept the bottom at the height that we're at right now, how tall would 13 tall end up being? I think we need to split it halfway so that when we go in, we're at about half height. So even if we said we need to go 7 blocks up, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so we would need to be up at about this height is where the top of the... Oh, hi. That wasn't very nice. I hear another one. Okay, nothing from them. But so if we go up to this height, I think if we push back a little further into the mountain, we would be okay. And maybe we could put storage for charcoal and firewood out in a little antechamber type area. So maybe that would say that we do want to come in from right here. Okay. That answers that question for me. So I'd say I can hear you. And then at least we could put some regular doors on the entrance or something. I think... Okay, so... Yeah, let's go ahead and try to make this look decent. So... I am hearing drifters all over the place. So we want like a little tunnel entrance into this. We haven't been doing enough work around this part of the base anyway, so that's perfect. We can get some work done here. So if we cut in here, do we just reinforce the entrance with stone bricks? Let's do that. So, we have tons of granite cobble. We have a huge amount of granite stone, or reverse that. We have a huge amount of the granite stones, and then we have quite a bit of the quarried granite rock that we can turn into bricks. So we could use granite. We could also use granite polished blocks. So all of those are an option. I think we also have a whole bunch of... Yeah, we've gotten a whole bunch of the granite bricks from ruins. So actually this might be perfect if we just use granite, because we need to use some of this stuff up anyway. And we've got plenty of cobble. So if we go with a lot of cobble and granite bricks, do we really need any wood or anything else? I feel like we should have some color contrast, because if we just go with granite, it's going to look horrible. So let's think about this for a second. Okay, so if we go with granite, we have basalt. We could use basalt. Andesite, it's blue, but it feels like it's too close to the granite in color. We could go with chalk. Now that would be an interesting one. Now, okay, let's see here. Do we have any chalk cobble? I believe we've got chalk over here. That's halite, right? Yeah. Okay, so chalk? No? No? I think I may have crushed all of my chalk. Oh, no, here it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab enough chalk to make one, well, 2 cobble. But let's make 1 chalk cobble and see what this would look like. Well, I guess, yeah, that makes 2. Let's see what this would look like next to granite bricks. Granite bricks. Granite bricks. Ah! If I can hit the right thing here. Not really a big fan. They're too similar. Well, here, let's leave the granite bricks out here. So let's put a couple of those down, and the chalk cobble we'll just throw in here with that. No, wait. We have chalk stuff up here. Perfect. I guess we could go with like chalk sand, maybe? Let's see what that looks like. Looks a lot like the plaster. But of course then we wouldn't be able to put it up high because it would fall. But it does look a lot like the plaster. So, chalk sand is distinctly a possibility. Alright. What else do we have available? Claystone. So what would claystone go good with? How does this look next to that? Okay, so if we go with this, let's say that we change things up here just a bit. So let's place a cobble or a granite brick on the bottom, put a little bit of claystone sand, and then let's go with oak. Yeah, let's go with oak and just see. So, oh, that is a nice color set. I don't want to use that for this, but I think I may have just found the color palette for the pottery shop. I like that. The claystone sand looks absolutely amazing. Do I have claystone stones? I think I do. Yeah, I've got a few here. So let's make a claystone cobble real quick and just see what would that look like. What am I doing? That's not how you make cobble. Okay, so claystone cobble, what would you look like? I like the sand a lot better. And I mean a lot better. But the cobble could potentially be used in special places. Right? Shouldn't be anybody behind that. So, yeah, I think we may have just found the color palette for the potter's shop. That's a bonus. Alright, so... Hey, Farron! How is it going? Alright, so let's go ahead and put this back in there, that back in there. Where can we place this cobble? Yeah, there's kind of a spot of miscellaneous garbage. Okay, so I mean, I am thinking that the claystone sand or chalk sand looks pretty good. Let's try a chalk gravel real quick. Okay, so that, because of the noisy texture, seems a bit close in appearance to the granite bricks. You know, if we look at the sand instead, I mean, that is a nice bright color contrast. And I mean, that looks nice. Well, I mean, got to take a car to the mechanic every once in a while. You know, I'm capable of working on my own vehicle, but you know, sometimes it's just like, I don't want to. I'm just gonna take it to somebody else to do it. Had a really fun one this morning, though. I was on my way to work, and all of a sudden, all the vehicles in front of me start stopping. Well, we're on a 2-lane highway, and really big gust of wind hit a straight truck, and it got blown over into the other lane and clipped the front corner of a semi. And they took out a power pole or power lines across the highway, and I was sitting there for 45 minutes before the sheriff's patrol finally came by and said it's going to be over an hour before we get things cleaned up. Yeah, it was loads of fun, and I got there about 10-15 minutes after the accident happened. So let's see here. Is there anything else that we could potentially use? I definitely want to use the granite bricks, because the granite bricks, I mean, we've got tons of those. You know, thankfully, no one was seriously hurt. The driver of the straight truck ended up getting taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Driver of the semi was treated and released on scene. So, at least nobody was seriously hurt. But so, yeah, we could do the chalk sand. That looks really good. Let's go ahead and put this gravel back in here, because that does not work. Same thing with cobblestone. It doesn't really work. What about sandstone? What does that look like? The colors don't go together very well. I mean, it doesn't quite feel right. So I think I'm going to pass on that one. Wrong location. Okay, so what else do I have? I do have a lot of swavite stones. Basalt? I mean, that's a distinctly different color. Let's try a bit of basalt gravel. I mean, if we're going for a charcoal production area, the basalt gravel might look really good simply because of the fact that it kind of gives the feel of gritty, like it's been coated in smoke for a long time. But by that same token, then the granite may not quite be right. I'm kind of at a loss there. And I feel like there should be at least a little bit of wood incorporated into this. So let's take a bit of maple and see, how does this look next to that? I actually like that color combination. I really like that color combination. You know, the gravel isn't horrible. The logs aren't overpowering. It's still a gray. And then the granite, it just kind of fits. That doesn't sound like too much fun. And the thing is this 2-lane road has been needing to be upgraded for quite some time. I'm saying like 30, 40 years it's been needing to be upgraded. When I'm coming home at night, there are often times that I will be stuck for 20 miles not being able to pass someone that's going slow because there's never an opening to pass. And it just sucks. But so I like this combination. Maybe, okay, so let's just take a look at our handbook real quick and see if there's anything else. So blocks and items, let's go stone brick. So potentially we could go with shale. So shale would be, I'm just trying to think for places that we could have, you know, make it look like there's more smoke been put onto the bricks. Phyllite would be a good choice, but I don't have any yet. Slate I could get, but it's not the right color. Conglomerate might not be a bad choice on that, but again, I don't have any. Yes. So what I want to do here, let me just go out here and we'll kind of go over it again. So what I'm going to be doing is in this mountain, I'm going to set up a 13 by 13 by 13 charcoal pit. And what I want to do is come over here, right at this point, take the path into the side of the mountain, and it's not big enough at this point to do the entire 13 by 13 by 13 room. So what I want to do is have a storage room of sorts, an entrance, if you could say that. Yeah, it was usually done in earthen mounds, and so that kind of fits this aesthetic. But so I want to have a room, so you go into a room that would be lit and everything like that, and then the actual hole for the charcoal is back behind it. And so that's my thoughts. And so I'm just trying to come up with a color palette that will work for this. And I'm thinking that what I've got there is probably going to be about... Whoa! Hi there, Mr. Wolf. Hey, get back here. Stupid thing. You hit me and then you run away. Part of the reason that I wanted to do this is because I'm feeling like I've been neglecting the base area. You know, I've been doing a lot of work over in the farm area, and I've just kind of been ignoring the base. And so I want to get some stuff done here. It feels like it's been needing it. Let's throw some bushmeat. 7 bushmeat off of that wolf? That's a lot of bushmeat. I guess, yeah, it is middle of the summer. Okay, well, what I was going to do before I was interrupted was to check the charcoal on my cementation furnace. So let's go ahead and drop this stuff off. So many bones. Alright, so... because, I mean, we're going to be needing a lot of charcoal to do all of our steel working. Oh, man. That was a lot of charcoal to fill that up. So that's perfect. Just keep that full. It was one well-fed wolf. I will say that. But so I like that color palette. It's just, I don't know. So I guess the next question would be, should we put doors on it? I'm feeling like I probably should. Right now I'm using charcoal because it is renewable. Later on, I'll probably make a coke oven, but I feel like I need to do some building for a while. I've been heavily neglecting the building. But should we put doors at the entrance? I feel like we should, for the simple reason that we'll be doing things inside of the little storeroom, and I don't really want drifters in there. You know. Oh, that's the one that I took. Okay, so we are going to need a whole bunch of that. Well, here, let's grab some bricks. Wrong one. Grab some bricks. Now we'll just grab them all. Why not? Yeah, I'm thinking doors probably. So let's go ahead and make a couple of doors. I know a cardinal sin, 2 wide builds, but I mean, the doors are so nice in this game, opening together and everything. Okay, so then we need... Okay, that's just basalt. Where's the basalt gravel? Right here. Okay, so a few stacks of basalt gravel. That should be a great deal. Plenty. And then a whole bunch of maple. So that's going to be our primary building materials. We've still got some of this chalk sand in our inventory. And I guess we can make like a nice basalt cobble and gravel floor in the room too. You know, something like what I've done over here. So you put a mixture of, let's see, you can't really, yeah, you can see it here. So a mixture of the dry cobble, or the dry stone, gravel, regular cobble, and then occasionally there is actual stone, I think. So let's see here. Oh, this is shale. Yeah, that's right. Shale cobble and basalt gravel. They go together really, really good. But so that's the basic idea of what I'm thinking. And you can put regular smooth stone in there every once in a while too, and it looks pretty good. Yeah, I know. And that's part of the reason why I'm doing this too, because it keeps me in the area. And so the thing can't burn out. And man, I got something on the bottom of my mouse. There we go, that's better. Alright, well, let's go ahead and get a little bit of stuff done here. So let's start by getting our path here. Feel like I want the entrance right there. So if we do that, let's just go ahead and bring this out here. That'll widen this out a little. We'll have to move that stone. That's fine. And then we'll move this lamp. For now, we'll put it right there. Okay, so feels like these should be about like that. So let's go ahead, we'll put the stone back there. Path. There's the path. That feels reasonable. Yeah, I like it. Okay, so then the next thing is we start cutting into the mountain. And think we're going to set the doors back a full block. So we'll keep that. Okay, let's get these guys placed back out. I don't like that spot. It's right next to another one. Here, we'll put it there, and then we will get a couple of these to regrow long grass. Okay. All that bauxite that I went mining the other day, we're going to get tons of it here. That makes me happy, actually. Okay, so if we set these doors back... Alright, so if we put the doors here on top of the path, what does that look like? It would help if the doors went the right way. I mean, it doesn't look bad as long as we put solid blocks behind it. Okay, so if we do that... Alright, so then let's frame the door. Let's frame the door with granite bricks. Am I hearing drifters? Hey, Zaisha! How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Alright, so if we're going to have the bricks there, I feel like we've got to remove a little bit of the mountain here. Just kind of carve that back a little bit. Okay. And then it just feels like then we need like some logs popping out of this. I mean... Is there really any other way to do this? And then we have this come across. Bring that out. So then this would be cut out. And then logs again. Feels rather generic on the outside. Very generic, in fact. I'm not a big fan. Yep, I would definitely agree with that. Okay, so I want to try something here. I'm going to go grab a chest so that we have somewhere to put this stuff, because we're definitely going to need that. Okay, so I believe, yeah, there's chests in there. So let's go ahead and place one down here, throw all this stuff in it. Or at least as much of it as we can. We actually don't need the path, stairs, and slabs. So we can get rid of those. That'll save us some space. Get all of that stuff out of there. Alright, so some of this other stuff we can put elsewhere, but let's go ahead and put this on our back. Exactly. Yeah. It'd be nice when we have some steel plate armor. Okay, so now I'm going to come over here and grab a couple of things. You know, some shingles might not look bad on the outside, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Okay, so... Oh, we had a door there. I am going to grab some trap doors. You know, those bald cypress fences might end up looking pretty good here. Just looking at everything that I've got here. Boy, we got a lot of shale stuff. Oh, we have some native copper ore. It's been so long since I put those chests there, I have no clue what all we have. Alright, let's get over here and start working some more. But yeah, the dumping chest. With no way to have any type of automatic sorting, I mean, what else are you going to do? You just start dumping stuff. I should have dropped off some of those tools. And we don't need that. Okay. So, what I wanted to try here, I want to just see what this would look like if we put trapdoors above that. Okay, so they would have to be set back block. Because what I'm thinking is to put some stairs there. Let's go ahead and get our chest back off of our back. Oh, I don't have any stairs anyway. I know! I know, it's ridiculous. But then when you think about how many different stone types, how many different wood types, how many different shells, how many different types of animal hides, and then you've got all the different plants, and it just keeps on going and going and going and going, and then you end up with this, and then these are just dump chests. So oh yeah, I would definitely agree. I would, I live in the middle of Nebraska, so finding a staff that was used to hang tobacco leaves on would be almost non-existent around here, and if it was, it's been sitting around for who knows how long. But yeah, I understand what you're saying there. Okay, so what was I coming up here for? Oh, this. But I think what we want to do, let's go ahead and grab that. And I believe my chisel and my mortar are out here. Yep. Chisel and mortar. Wait, do I need a hammer here? I think I need a hammer. And strangely enough, we even had granite blocks in there. So let's go ahead and make a couple of stacks of granite stone bricks. Throw those back in there. And let's make a few stone brick stairs. Yeah, 18. Good enough. That'll give us a start. Well, and see, around here, it was all the big red barns. That was the only thing that you would ever find around here. So if I'm going to do this, I would need to set these back block and put them on the outside. Nope. Yep, that's going to face the wrong way. So we need the door here. It'll open in, but that's okay. Oh, that's the wrong direction. I don't want the little metal tabs on the outside. Wait. We can get around that. It's just they'll be sideways. That doesn't look bad. Okay, so then we can place this here. That actually doesn't look bad at all. I like that a lot more than what I had just a bit ago. So if I go like that, only 2 to 3 acres? Okay. So, now, how would we want to do the logs if we're going to do them? Wait, I don't think we want that too high. But I do think we want to put these back. So I feel like if we're going to do this, we want it to be like that. I feel like there needs to be something there. Maybe we just have a log with nothing else. Don't put a vertical post or anything, just have it like it's driven into the side of the mountain. Because otherwise that just doesn't quite feel right. Can I have that dirt block? Thank you. Feels like it's too close together. Let's push it out one block and put stone bricks here instead of logs. And maybe that'll solve it. I don't have any stone bricks on me. Better. That is definitely better. And you know what? Let's try some Minecraft-y things here, I guess. Maybe this would be a place that we could use the shingles. I just feel like this needs something to break it up. Maybe we need to go another block deeper with the door? Something about this just does not feel right. And you know what? I have a little bit of Kool-Aid here. I'm getting thirsty. Okay, let's try. Let's just try putting something like this up there. Whoops. Wrong! Stop it. I know I can craft those to just place horizontal. Okay, so if we're going to do that, then the logs need to come out further. And if the logs are going to come out further, then I feel like we need something underneath them here. Fine. Since it's going to be that way. So then let's say that we build this up just a little bit. Feels better, but it feels like there needs to be something going across. Yeah, I can understand that. I deal with that a lot at work. That could be an interesting thought. Let me try something here. We have a lot of trapdoors. Ow. It's interesting, but I don't know if it's what I want. I'm at a loss. Hey, Popper Snot. Yeah, I know, isn't it? But it's going to look kind of nice on the inside, too. Maybe we'll just leave this alone for a little bit and start working inside. We've got a lot of quarrying to do here. So let's go in a couple blocks. We're going to have all this bauxite that we were looking for the other day. Oh, yeah. Well, right now it's just a facade. And if I really wanted to, I could potentially set up a mine entrance here too. But I don't know. Okay, so I think what I want to do here is put at least one more line of stone bricks. And then we're going to be using the basalt gravel. I don't have that on my, or in my inventory. Okay, so we're going to be using some basalt gravel. Let's go ahead and grab some more maple logs. So I feel like we should have a border underneath. Well, let's grab a brick. I have an idea. This might work. So I'm going to put a stone brick or a stair there. Then we're going to dig back one more block. And then we're going to put the gravel here so that it's recessed in. Then we can remove this one and this one. Put another stair. Oh, that means we're going to have to put stone bricks on these guys too. Yeah. Okay. And then above, we don't have our chisel on us. Let's go ahead and move some of this stuff inside, because we're ready to actually have it inside now. Alright, see you in a bit, Farron. So, part of the reason I want to do this is I can put lighting there. But let's go ahead and grab the chisel. Oh, I don't have it over here. The chisel is over here. And we should check the charcoal again. Oh, yeah. That was more than a little bit of charcoal. So the chisel is over here. There we go. Yeah, that doesn't look right as you're coming up to the side of it. Maybe we could put some type of a, maybe plant a tree here that would help cover that up. That's definitely going to need a bit of work. Okay, so now above here, I think what I'm going to do, a little trick that I learned from Apache. So if we chisel sand or gravel, either or, we can then place it and it is no longer affected by gravity. Gotta love the little exploits in the game. So there we go. So I think that's kind of the style that I want. Now, where are we going to work in the maple logs? That's the next question. But I really like the way that this looks. So let's dig a little deeper. I think we'll do at least one more like this with the recessed basalt gravel, because we need to get far enough into the mountain that we're not going to pop out of the side of it. So we'll just dig all of this stuff that we know has to be gone. Be gone with ye! Alright, so yeah, that one's supposed to go, and then both of these go, and then these two go. And so then this should be enough of an entrance. Let's go ahead and chisel these two. Shovel them back out, and then replace standard gravel, and then our chiseled gravel up there. And then we'll grab our stone bricks. And then we need the stone brick stairs. Okay. Yeah, you're the place that we want to throw all of that. Move you. That doesn't feel right on the inside. We could potentially chisel something there that would look good above the door. I have just thrown the trapdoors there as a starting point, because I kind of feel like the stairs should continue through. I think it'd be nice if we had like some arched doors. But alright, so let's dig deeper. We should be ready to actually start enlarging the room now. So I kind of feel like I want it to be a little bit of an offset room, rather than being just full on, you know, widening out on both sides. I think that might look better. Wouldn't it be great if we found like a translocator or something here? I think that would be awesome. We need like some lighting or something. Here's a thought. Do we need to put some granite stairs there? Or is that going to feel too cramped? We can't put them there. Maybe we need to chisel a block to where it's only that last quarter. It definitely helps the feel, but I feel like we would be better off having just that corner. Let's chisel a couple of blocks. That feels a little more open. I like it a lot better. And it doesn't feel like this section is overly large because of it. That actually feels right, because then this is basically a block size there. So that feels better. All right. So I think we have enough room here that we can make our room off to this side for storage. Maybe not. Well, I guess if we hit either basalt or dirt, we've gone far enough. That's what we're just going to have to think about. Well, there's basalt. So it's only 4 blocks. That makes it 6. We could maybe go just a block or 2 that way. And I guess that's something that we could potentially do too. We could go another block here. As long as we're not outside of the dirt, and I guess even if we go outside of the dirt, we could put some windows? Have it protrude out the side of the mountain? Maybe? You know, I should be quarrying this rather than just mining it. Okay. So how do we want to do this room? Okay, so how do we have the logs out here? They're like outside of that. Okay, let's grab some logs. So let's say that we put logs up right here. That would mean this side would need to move out a little. Should have known I had to mine that entire area anyway. Oh no, we've got to go further than that. That's at the same level as the bricks. So we need to go at least one further. Never have quarried bauxite, so could use some every once in a while. So then we put logs up there. So now this entire ceiling needs to go up a little. That is not a pickaxe. I want this area to feel like it's very heavily reinforced. So here, let's go ahead and put some stone bricks right there. And then above here, we'll throw in a couple more logs. I like that. That feels very reinforced. And we could potentially chisel this out a little bit to make it a little bit smoother going in, but I don't think we really need to. Get some of these rocks out of here. We can get rid of the mortar and the bricks. Another stack of rocks there and another stack of bricks. Okay. So then that's reinforcing it. Okay, so this is 4 blocks between, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so right there we would need another set of logs. We're just gonna have to cut these out. So then if we go like that, okay, let's just slowly work our way around here and get this room looking the way that I've kind of got envisioned in my head. Gotta go one more out. That is not a pickaxe. Alright, so we're starting to get there. So this entire thing needs to go out another block. Right, so then if we place these guys on those, okay, and then maple logs up here. This feels very reinforced, as it should. I mean, it's holding up a mountain. Okay, so then this needs to go up a little more, but I think I'm going to work on the sides first. Let's take this out another... Oh, that one's going to be exposed to the air. I don't like the idea of being so shallow on that. Well, like I said, we could have it pop out of the side of the mountain, and then we put like a window there. Or I guess we could remake the side of the mountain so that it sticks out a little further. But I know that just a couple of blocks deep is not going to be enough here. So let's say that we go like this. Then we need some more stairs. Yeah, it definitely feels too big when I do that. So in that case, we'll have to chisel these. Okay, so that feels a little better. Looking at this, it doesn't feel right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go like that. Is that what we want? I don't know. So if we're gonna do that, then we would probably want to put like an entire ceiling of chiseled basalt gravel. And I guess we could do slabs in the center, or half blocks, so that it's still kind of arched up. Yeah, let's try it. So we need 16 blocks. I accidentally hit that instead of the gravel. Okay. Or for that matter, we could actually chisel all of it if we're going to use chiseled blocks. Let's just try some things here. I know that we're going to need 16 blocks. So let's put a ring all the way around, because for a fact that's what it's going to be there. So then what if we were to take these up by half a block, and maybe I think we would just leave those the way they are. We can always put this back if we want. And then we take this and go up another block in the center. Feel like if that's the way it's going to be, it's going to need those. And so really we would need a corner of a block right here. But maybe we don't. Let's just try doing all the rest of these. I think it looks pretty good. So now the question would become, what are we going to do further in? Because we need some type of an area for storage. Okay, I just want to see something here. How far out? Right there is the edge of the mountain. So 2 blocks out will put us at the edge of the mountain. Let's go out and take a look at that, see what it looks like on the outside. And we're going to need to go refill our charcoal again. Okay, so it would be getting wider right away. Maybe we just fill that up behind and go another layer back first. I'm kind of torn on what to do here. There we go. Refilled our charcoal again. I haven't been keeping track how many days this has been. How do we know when that's done? I thought I heard a drifter. I'm gonna chisel him to death. Maybe that wouldn't look so bad, having a little bit sticking out of the side. And if we did that, we could put a roof on it, which would potentially help what we've got going over here, because it just feels like there needs to be something above that. But I don't know. For now, we have 1 block of bauxite. I like the way this turned out. It definitely feels reinforced. That's what I'm going for. Now the question becomes, how do we light this? How do we light it up? Whoa. Little bit of a hiccup there. What about the other side on this side? How far out do we go here? Oh, there's bauxite. We're quite a few blocks back there. So maybe we just fill that back in and go this way? And the only reason I would say to fill it in is because I don't want drifters to be bothering me all the time. I don't want to hear them going. We have stone over here. I know we could fill it with cobble. You know what? Let's fill it with cobble. Not gonna hurt a thing. We've got plenty of granite cobble. Okay, so then back behind this, what do we want to do there? Actually, 1 second. Let's go make some barrels or some crates. We're going to place those into the wall. Then we'll have a place, the room will be like for tool storage. I like that. That's a good idea. Okay, so we're gonna need four linen. Where there's our redwood boards. Yeah, of course we don't have any chests. Keep using them. Yeah, I thought those were boards. So we're gonna need some more boards. 6 more to be precise. Well, that'll be enough. Saw. Where's my saw? Is it out here? No. Not in there. Where the heck did I put it? There's another chisel. There's some boards in there. I guess we could use those. But cypress is kind of a pain in the butt to get. Did I miss it up here somewhere? There it is. Of course I did. Where's that linen? There it is. There we go. Okay, so 4 better crates. And so that will give us a place to store... I don't know if we'll store the charcoal there or if we'll store the logs or maybe both. Maybe we'll put another little alcove for additional storage. But I like this idea. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to dig back 1 more block. Do I want to do that? Or do I want to just have them right here? Let me just see, what would it look like if they were just right here? Right on the front edge. We will need, well, we'll put the other stuff above. Let's put some basalt gravel above. Yeah? Maybe? Maybe not. Let's remove this. So we can still see them there. And then maybe we go like that to kind of match it. Then this doesn't feel right. So if we take out those chiseled blocks, I don't know. I don't know. I almost feel like we should have stair-shaped blocks all the way around. Let's try here on a couple of these because we've already got a couple of chiseled stone bricks. So we can just place these in here and then build them back out. Very much. Yes. Feels like we're a little lacking on the basalt, but I think we're going to be making the floor basalt, so maybe we don't want to do too much basalt here. We got ceiling and floor basalt, so think we'll probably be okay. And I almost feel like on the, I mean, obviously this is a better way to store it, but I'm almost feeling like on the charcoal we want to pile it up. But nah, I think we'll go with crates. Yeah, I know too much black definitely makes it dark. And maybe we'll do basalt gravel and shale cobble like we did out at the Potter area, because that's not quite as dark. It's a little bit lighter. But so then we've got room here that we could easily take this back and make a room for tool storage, because there would definitely be a place that needs axes and shovels, because shovels to scoop the stuff back up, axes to turn all the logs into firewood. And you know, that's a good point. We could make the floor Swavite cobble, because I do have a bunch of Swavite stones. What did I just see there? Oh, it's just the floor. Okay, so let's grab some Swavite and make some Swavite cobble. That is a good point, because I never use that stuff. And in fact, I never mine it because I never use it. So somewhere around here, there's a bunch of Swavite stones. Right here. So let's grab 2 of them. 2 stacks of them. I don't know. I may regret this. I may not. I could use kimberlite too. I've got plenty of kimberlite. And I can actually get more just right next to the base here. Okay, so let's just remove a little of this and just see what does this look like. Definitely looks nicer than the granite cobble. Yeah, the granite cobble looks horrible in comparison to the Swavite cobble. I will definitely agree with that one. And it kind of has like, it has a dirty look to it. And that's really what I want here. Oops, we ran out. Okay, so let's say we put a lantern here somewhere. I feel like we're gonna need a different style of lighting here, because I'm not putting that many lanterns in here. We could potentially make some brass torch holders and put torches. I just feel like we're leaving out a lot of the basalt. Oh, I have an idea. Making a border on rooms often helps a lot. I like it. I like it a lot. I might go one more here, just because otherwise it just doesn't quite feel right. And then we could potentially do the basalt gravel through the hallway. But I don't know, that might be a bit much. I'm kind of liking this. Welcome back, Farron. Oh, I'm almost afraid to ask what you have to have done if it's going to take 2 hours. But yeah, I am liking that. The combination of the Suavite cobble, which kind of looks like a very dirty granite cobble, and then the basalt gravel bordering the room, granite stone bricks up the walls, the bauxite gravel up above our heads, and then like these better crates in the wall. We got plenty of room for a storeroom over here for tools, and we can make it look like a tool workshop too if we wanted to. So yeah, I am liking this a lot. So let's do some more digging. And I feel like on this side, we're going to leave this archway open. We're not going to constrict it down to 2 blocks wide. We're just going to leave it nice and open here. So we'll want to be able to push this back at least the 5 blocks so that we can get another log in the corner. So that means we've got to go, what, one more? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, so let's hope that this next one doesn't pop out the side of the mountain. Well, we only have to go 3 blocks up there. Perfect. Okay, so then let's grab our maple logs. Put those there. Then we need stone brick stairs, giving it the reinforced look. I like it. 4 tires, oil change, battery replacement. Oh, the electrical short's gonna take a while though. Yeah, electrical problems are always such a pain. There's nothing worse than knowing that there's a problem that shows up every once in a while, but every time you take it to the shop, they're like, well, we can't ever see it. Now, if it's something that's always happening, that's a different story. But yeah, I am really liking the way this is looking. Okay, so on this wall here, so I think what we're going to do here, we're going to border the wall with the granite stone bricks, and then we're going to push back the 2 blocks in the center with the basalt gravel. Ooh, yeah, that is definitely a bit of a problem. So, should we do the recessed stair thing here, or should we just do full blocks? That's my question. I know for a fact we're going to put gravel back here. So, if we go with full blocks, I know we're going to have full blocks there anyway. So let's say that we do stairs. What? Oh, I screwed that up. Whoops. I gotta go a block back. The log is supposed to be the furthest out point. It's either that or the log has to, well, the log has to be right here no matter what. Shouldn't have broken that block. Definitely a grand tomb. Definitely. Come on, you should know by now that when I build things, I build things. And I mean, honestly, I would think you'd be happy that I'm kind of in the building mood right now. And once I get this all lit up and decorated with tools and stuff like that, it definitely will not feel like a tomb. If I wanted it to be a tomb, I would go grab a bunch of cobwebs and things like that. But no, this is going to have a lot of lighting. We might put like some stacks of firewood in the corners here and, you know, things like that. It's definitely going to feel like this is a place that they're bringing in logs and turning it into charcoal. So I think I'm going to dig one block back here. We'll place in the gravel. Whoops. It helps if I place it right. And then we will take our stone bricks. I almost feel like I'd rather just go like that here. If I was worried about time investment and practicality, I wouldn't be doing any of this stuff. I'm only worried about the detail, really. Everything else is a means to an end for me to build and make detail. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's all about the detail. Okay, so we have quite a bit of Swavite cobble in our inventory. Let's just get this last little bit, because it's bugging me. And then we'll move our chests further in, too. Yeah, that is much better. No inventory space. No! Okay, granite. Okay, well, that's everything that we can hold there. Okay. Well, if that's the way you're going to be about it. Granite rocks. Maple logs. Alright, let's move some stuff. For now, I'm going to place these right here. I feel like fat lamps would be a really good choice for this. Because they won't put out a huge amount of light, but they'll make it lit. It'll be lit. Never mind. I'm sorry. I apologize. I should not have said such things. I will do better in the future. Oh, heavy temporal storm is approaching. That is not what I wanted to see right now. Well, the only thing with lanterns is that's a lot of metal. I guess I do have a lot of copper now. So I could... I mean, we could go with lanterns. The only thing is it seems like the lanterns aren't putting out a lot of light. I don't know. But I mean, the lanterns we could... Well, I don't feel like I want to put... But then we could put lanterns on the outside here. That wouldn't look bad. And so then I feel like going this way, we're going to go into the area that the actual charcoal pit will be. We're going to go a little bit back, just like we did here. And then we'll have, on the end of that hall, is where we'll actually do the charcoal room. And big room. I guess we could potentially go down a little. I'm kind of at a loss as to what I want to do for some of that stuff. And man, the wolves. Wolves, wolves, and more wolves. What am I sitting for? Let's go ahead and get these last little bits of swavite cobble out of our inventory. And then let's take a little of this stuff, put it up in the base before we have our temporal storm hit. Some of this stuff we need, some of it we don't. So everything that's in our inventory, with the exception of tools, we don't need right now. Really quickly, before we get too carried away, let's take a look at our charcoal, because it's just about nighttime again. Oh yeah. And like I said, how do we know when this thing is finished? Can I open the door while it's lit? What does it say here? So let's go to guides. Steel making, firing. You can verify the furnace is working by looking into it through the door, but we don't recommend you go inside there. It's quite hot. But leave the stone coffin closed. Firing will take about 1 week in total, after which you can break the stone coffin to get blister steel. And then that needs to be refined. Can I open it? Does anyone know? I don't want to screw it up. But I don't know how many days it's been going. That's my issue. I haven't been paying attention, and I mean, I'll be honest. It was Sunday when I set that thing to burning. So, it's been a little while. Was it Sunday? No, it was Monday. Oh, geez, tomorrow's Thursday. Okay, we can't fit anymore. We can't fit anymore. Okay, so I guess we're starting a second crate for granite stones. Well, that stinks. How are you supposed to know when it's done, then? Gonna come up here and put these axe heads in here. Let's go make a couple lanterns and place them over there. You know what? I think we had some bismuthinite, or yeah, I think they're actually bismuthinite plates, not bismuth bronze. Don't remember. No, bismuth bronze. What did I have this for? Yeah, I have no clue. So I mean, we can make a bismuth chest out of it. I think we just want bismuthinite lantern for outside. But we can make 2 copper lanterns. And we should have plenty, and I mean plenty, of candles up here. Yeah, we got 15 candles. And I happen to like the ones made with clear quartz. We need 4 pieces of quartz for 2 lanterns. No? Okay, fine. Be that way. I just like the way that they look. They're a little cloudy. They don't let off any less light. They just look nicer. So if we bring these in here and place them like that, that is hilarious. Oh, of course it's a charcoal burner. But I think, yeah, we'll just have to go with lanterns. So we put 8 lanterns around this room. Maybe instead we go like that and only put 4. Put 2 there and 2 over here. And then we would have a couple more in here. That might be enough. Definitely makes it bright enough. So, yeah. We're waiting for the temporal storm. That's got plenty of time left. So let's go ahead and grab, geez. So 3 stacks plus 16, I think. Okay, so 3 stacks at 128 is 375 plus 375. I guess it is 3 stacks. 375 plus 9, so 384. So yeah, 16. So yeah, we need 16 after that. And that'll make 20 ingots. Hey, dummy. And then that much takes 16 charcoal. to fire. So I've figured out way too much of this stuff over time. So then we'll... You're annoying. Really? Okay, where is my crucible? I want to fire some copper. Where's my crucible? Did I take it up top? I don't think I did. Maybe I did. Oh, it wouldn't be in there. No, and no. And got a little bit of crushed quartz. I didn't have it somewhere down here, did I? Maybe in there? No? Oh, we still have pickled turnips in here. Jeez. And we have some cured bushmeat and a little bit of rot. I've kind of ignored the inside of that for a while. Check on these. No. Oh. Stupid idiots. No, no. And no. Well, it must be up top somewhere. And I guess we do have plenty of copper lanterns around. We would just need to pick them up. We have an unfired crucible there. But that's for other purposes. These guys are starting to spoil, so we'll have to cook them here in a little bit. So it must be in here somewhere. Oh, we got more charcoal. That was a bean-aid. Flower pots. Well, that's not good. Where on earth did my crucible go? Looks like I'm gonna have to eat here soon. I know I just recently did some copper. So I don't know where on earth I would have put it. Maybe it's out at the farming area. I might have had it in my inventory when I went out there. Oh, no, not you. Do we have time? No. It is not in my inventory. I am willing to bet that it's out at the farming area. Oh, temporal storm is imminent. I was hoping to be able to have this going before the storm hit. Um... And my cheeky method of dealing with temporal storms. I can sit here all I want, and they can't get to me. They can't spawn on top of an open crate, and they can't spawn on top of a bed. So, this is my cheeky method of dealing with it. I sit in a crate next to a bed. Well, you have to keep adding charcoal to it. I know for a fact I'm only like 3 days so far. Oh, cool. They spawn on top of that thing. So, let's go ahead and get out in third-person view here and sleep this temporal storm away. And when I get out of bed, I'm going to fall. Whee! Okay. Let's go find, well... Whoa. Okay. I don't want the thing to burn out. That's for sure. That's why I keep adding the charcoal, though. Need to finish some of these paths. We're gonna have to cook that those pies when we get back. Oh, and by the way, so Sunday we had the live stream where we were talking about the tunnel, and we got most of the tunnel. I worked on this pretty heavily after the Sunday live stream. So, yeah, it's pretty long, and I ran out of glass, but I've since gotten more, so I had a hole there still. But I wasn't able to clear all the water out here, but I was able to get it all covered with glass. So I am pretty sure my crucible is going to be out here in the dump chests that are next to the windmill. I guess we do have a couple of chests here. That's materials that we've been getting from working on all of this. No. Can anyone say klutz? It's a bunny. Come here, bunny. I didn't say clutch. I said klutz. This looks so much nicer with that green spire there. It just green spires all over. They look nice. Oh, hey, we've got some rot. More rot. So plenty of rot. Eh. Where on earth? Got 64 flour there. Where on earth did I put my crucible? Nowhere else around here with the chests, is there? I don't think so. I'm not even going there. I have no clue where my crucible is. None whatsoever. But we do have enough rot to finish filling that barrel that has the rot in it. Well, I have to make another crucible. I guess we might have to. Yeah, it's more than a few pit kilns there, isn't it? So yeah, those are 41% spoiled. They're going to be spoiling pretty quickly. And these stupid flies are really bothering me. Let's see here. Can I get one? Come on, land. They won't land when I grab the fly swatter. I don't think I got it. Stupid jerks. Come on, land. Land. Got him. Yeah, I know. It just bugs me to no end that I can't find my crucible. Oh no, they are stupider than I claim. That's the whole problem. It's in the fire pit, or in the campfire, whatever, fire pit. It's right there, and it has nuggets in it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, this is ridiculous. Yes, exactly. Or your keys in your pocket or in your hand. I've actually seen someone lose their keys while they were carrying them. That was like the worst. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, that's right. I took the torch out of this spot. Well, you know what? There is a torch in here. Let's go light the fire. Got wrecked by myself. Oh, jeez. That was... ridiculous. Oh. What is wrong with me? Alright, well, I suppose while we are waiting for that, we know that we need some more lanterns. So let's go ahead and grab... Let's grab 10 pieces of charcoal. We're going to go up and get some... Oh, the windmill's turning slow. Well, maybe it's not. It's not turning fast, but it's not turning slow. But I've got 16 copper up here. So let's go ahead and light this up. And we'll make some more copper plates. Oh. Good Lord. Well, the thing is I went down there a couple of times looking for it. And I went right over the top of it and didn't see it. Maybe that means it's time to quit. I don't know. Maybe it just means I need to take a break. That could be what it means. Well, we're almost up to... There we go. Let's grab 2 of those. And we want plate. There we go. Oh. Definitely could be worse. Well, then I might need to just take a break here real quick because I'm out of my drink and I could use a restroom, you know, and I need to get up and move around. Get some blood flowing again. So, yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll just take a break real quick. That'll probably be the best thing to do. And I'll be back in just a little bit. Well, I guess I don't get a drink. We are out of Kool-Aid mix. Yeah, I guess that's the way it goes sometimes. But we'll get our iron or our copper plates made up here. No, don't stop. Don't stop. I don't have my hammer either. I guess I do have a hammerhead. I could make one. Yeah, we don't have any of that type of stuff. Alright, there's one. Oh, there it's starting to go again. Sort of. Come on, go faster, go faster. I've actually experimented with creative mode to see how fast you can get the Helve Hammer to go. Gearing it up one speed, you can still get it to go. I have not been able to put enough power into a Helve Hammer to get it to go faster than just one speed faster. Okay, flies. While I'm waiting, you guys are gonna die. Don't land on me. Did I get it? I don't know. Well, those guys are full temperature. So reheat these back up so that they'll be full temperature too. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a hammer and help it. So that one's done. That'll kind of... Well, it's because the house is warm. And so, flies. Yeah. Stupid, annoying things. I think a big part of it is they migrate to my crawl space when it starts to get cold, and then they can get in through the cold air ducts into the house because they're just annoying. Oh, we got a few copper plates here at least. Oh yeah, mosquitoes are horrible. But yeah, bats, that would definitely be something to help with that. Whoops. There we go. Grab 4 more. That'll be good enough. Oh, I didn't help this one. Whoops. Yes, go faster. Go faster. The inconsistency of wind power is kind of a pain in the butt. Oh no. Don't you dare stop. We've got way too many hot copper ingots for you to stop. Let's go check and see how our smelting is going. It's still burning. It's just about done. It's on its last piece of charcoal. Yep, I know. But from what I've heard, it's not updated yet. But maybe that's just I haven't heard right. Well, that'll be done here momentarily. There we go. So I'm just going to go up and see how this is doing because we're turning still. We're turning slowly. Yeah, it's got a little ways to go. So we should be good to pour all of our copper ingots at least. We're going to have to get a huge area for smelting because this 20 at a time just doesn't really cut it. But I happen to have 20 ingot molds, so every time it's just perfect. It fills it up exactly. Well, let's see if I can forget that I put it in here again next time. I can't believe that I had it there with nuggets in it. And I'm like, where on earth is it? I can't find it. Let's go ahead and eat our last red meat pie here. Well, that could take a little bit. Let's go down and check our cementation furnace. Not bad at all. You guys can go away. It just continues to slowly turn. Okay, well, that plate's done. I mean, there's a lot of things that they could add, and I would be happy to see just about anything. Okay, these stupid flies. Okay, got that one. And I got that one. Okay, that's better. Yeah, those will stay hot long enough for this to work. Still at 1084. I'd just love to see steam power. I mean, that seems like the logical progression to this game. Why can't you just keep going? Man, it's cooling fast. We're down to 900 degrees. I think 700 is when we can't work copper anymore. We're up to 7 plates, though. I understand that. And I mean, this game is kind of more designed for multiplayer setting. Okay, we are just barely gonna have enough heat to get this last one smithed. But yeah, I understand the idea that steam is a very labor-intensive thing. But logically, it fits into the style of the game. Stealing my voxels. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, but I don't know that I would call 19th century medieval. I mean, 19th century, you're colonial into the industrial age. And there we go. It made it. Nice. Okay, so I'm just going to leave this hammer up here. Whoops. Yeah. I guess I don't have enough inventory for 10 plates to be at one spot. Ah, gee, many crickets. Yeah, I guess, yeah, Imperial. Because colonial would be like 16th, 17th century. Okay, so we've got 10 plates. And then let's grab just a whole bunch of quartz. And lanterns! Lots of lanterns. Okay. And throw the quartz back in there. There we go. Alright. Let's go back to what we were doing. We've got light now. Plenty of light. Stupid hair. For now, we're going to place 2 of them out there. And I think we will be replacing those with like bismuthinite or maybe molybdechakos. One or the other. Because outside, I don't feel like they should be a shiny copper. Shiny copper should only be inside. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and just add that to our stack there. So we need these. We do need maple logs. So we'll grab some maple logs as well. Oh, we need more swavite cobble. Cobble. We definitely need to get more lighting around here. I love how nice and bright and cheery it is in the downstairs of this place. Okay, so how much swavite stone do we have left? Okay, well, we can make a stack. So I guess that's good. There we go. Yeah, I would definitely agree with brass being a nice look. It's going to take a lot of smithing, and I need to get some better smithing capabilities before I can do that. Okay, so now do we put the... I feel like we put the suavite all around here. And this will need to go back at least one more block, but it'll actually need to be 2 more. Yeah, we'll need to go another block back here because this is where the bricks will go. That's where the gravel will go. Might as well quarry some blocks while we're at it. I can't see that one. Oh, I wasn't supposed to go one more there. Eh, whatever. I need to get up above. Break out this one. Then we'll have a whole bunch of them fly off. Well, there's a lot of work before this place looks proper. And the worst part is I'm not even going to be close to done by the time that Rusty Gears starts up. And it's really hard to maintain more than one series on this game. I've tried before. It doesn't work very good. Granite cobble. Fill this back in because that shouldn't have been taken out to begin with. So that this will be logs. And this one shouldn't have been taken out as well. Well, we really don't have a theme yet. You know, it's still kind of in discussion. So the only theme that we can get is multiplayer. About all the more that we can say. Okay, so yeah, that's looking pretty nice. I feel like this wall should be something a little different. What should we do? What should we do? We know that these are going to need to be logs. So we'll just do those right away. And then we'll dig this up a little. Well, first, let's go ahead and throw those in and chisel them down. Well, I don't know how much room I've got on the back side of that, because we're going to be popping out of the mountain pretty quick there. I mean, so this room here, the purpose of it is to be, you know, where they would make the tools or store the tools, one or the other, where they would have, you know, their shovels and axes, because you need shovels to dig up the charcoal and axes to turn the logs into firewood. And I will use it as such. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of tool racks and maybe like a workbench looking thing where it looks like they're making some tool heads. I don't know. Because I'll use stone tools for turning the wood into the logs into firewood. Well, for sure, we need to go one block further back because we're going to have the stone brick facade behind. Yeah, you can see the box, or the basalt is there, so we don't have very far to go. So for sure we need that. And then should we just put 4 more lanterns in here? I mean, that's a lot of lanterns in here. That's 8 lanterns. Does make it nice and bright though. So I mean, we could potentially just put the gravel forward. But I don't know if I like that. I just feel like it needs something to kind of break up the monotony of that. We have enough at least to be able to go back like that. I just feel like doing that feels a little boring, doing the same thing on all of them. But the roof, we are going to do exactly the same as this. So let's go ahead and knock all of this out. Or the ceiling, not the roof. Oh, pies. We need to go bake our pies before they rot. I hope they haven't rotten yet. Rotted. What the? Okay, 67, 66, we're good. Just barely. It's a good thing I thought of that, or we would have just had rot. And the worst part is a full pie turns into 1 rot. I love the fact, though, that this resets the spoil timer on this. So 67%, 68% spoiled, and we'll get these back to full strength again. Just as soon as our ovens are ready. Hey, there we go. Cook the pies. Yeah, I put the torch back on the wall. I do like the fact that we can do that. You know, have a torch on the wall next to anywhere that we need to light a fire. I don't think that it's worth putting firewood into a storage crate. Yeah, I really don't. Okay, let's grab the other 6 red currant pies. Let's go ahead and place 2 of those down and cut it up. These should be done here in just a second. Spend so much time doing this all the time. Why is food always such a big deal in this game? I don't understand. I kind of wish it made a difference if you'd put like ice next to your food storage. But as far as I remember, when I tested the cellars, it didn't make any difference. Unless that's been changed, because I think the last time I checked that was in like 1.13. Maybe that would be something for me to check. Because I do have glacier ice. Two more. Yep, those pies are good for 15 days now. And I think these last 2 we'll go ahead and keep for eating. Because why wouldn't we? .6 days on those, 7.9 days on those, and pies. And we're just going to combine that together with those. They'll be fine. We'll eat them in 7 days. Definitely. Alright, how is our furnace doing over here? Gosh. I like that idea. And I think the general idea of what we've got going for Rusty Gears is there are a couple of groups of people that want to work together. And so we may have a couple of villages that aren't terribly far away from each other. You know, I don't know if you watch Hermitcraft at all, but, you know, kind of the way that Season 8 went, where they had the different groups of people working together, but kind of competitive with each other. I think that's kind of the feel of what we're going to be going with. And I think that's a great idea. And, you know, one thing I should check and see... So we're still trying to see if there's any other people. We're looking for only people that are making YouTube videos for Vintage Story. But like Valen and Packrat, they only stream Vintage Story as far as I know. But both of them, I know they would be, if we could get them to join, that would be great. Because otherwise I am the largest YouTuber out of the group. And that kind of scares me. because I don't feel like I'm that great at it. We'll worry about decorations later. Let's just continue on with the building. Okay, so we need our stairs. We have our chisel. We need more bricks. More bricks. And we should still have enough gravel. Okay. Oh, our pickaxe is about to die. Great. That's always something that you want to see. Yep, there it goes. Well, let's go back out here and get another pickaxe. Can't wait until I have like a smithy set up so that I can have these tools just ready to go. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, grindy games, that's my specialty. Well, I mean, if you think about it, okay, so I had, what, episode 15 go out yesterday? Pretty sure it was episode 15. Yep, episode 15 went out yesterday. And I am at in excess of 220 hours in the world. Let's just see where I'm at. $221 hours. 221 hours for 15 episodes. There's a reason I've been 15 episodes in 2.5 months. I mean, the fact that I can put out more than an episode a week sometimes is pretty impressive. Okay, so this is just going to be, we'll dig straight back a little bit. Yeah, all of these have to go. And then these guys will go back another block for the gravel. And then same thing up here. That will be where we put the chiseled gravel so that it doesn't fall down on our heads. And I should be quarrying. I forget that I should be quarrying this stuff. And you know what? I shouldn't have broken that one because I got to take out the floor too. Right about the time I figure it out, then I'm going to be done. Okay, so that one should be removed. Okay, and so then this one will be the last of that set, I believe. Because that would be 3 pillars then. Okay, so let's grab our kimberlite cobble. That's granite. Or not kimberlite, swavite. Okay, so we'll just break these last few. I guess this one here we'll still have to take out the door. And I think I am going to line the inside of the pit area with granite cobble. Just so that we can use up some granite cobble. Okay, so then we need gravel. Whoops. Well, we need a few of those out here anyway. Then we'll grab our chisel. Set all of these to chisel. Oh, yeah, we have a chiseled granite stone here too. Whoops. And we'll place these up here. Right, so then bricks. Then we need stairs, stair, 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 stair. And we're out of stairs again. Okay, so then we need some more bricks here that will chisel out all but a quarter of the block. And then this will be the wall. So we actually, if we're going to surround this with granite cobble, that means we have to dig out a 15 by 15 by 15 hole. Do we want to go that big? Yeah, I know, it supposedly is a game. Oh, jeez. Oh. Doesn't look nearly as much like a tomb now. And if we get like some little piles of firewood in the corners here and things like that. Okay, so an 8 by 8 by 8. It's not even a third of a full-sized one. I could always make it bigger later. Okay, I could go for that. So we're gonna have to go down though. Well, so, all right, if we keep the floor of the fire pit at the floor of this, or the charcoal pit at the floor of this, we got to go up 10 blocks, 9 blocks then, because the 10th would be this one. Or we could go down 1. Maybe that's the way to do it. Go down 1 extra. That way we can get out without ladders. And then we would just have to use ladders to remove the charcoal because we can't reach that high. I think that's the plan. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one makes 6. And then if we're going 10, I want to center it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one would be the last one going this direction. So 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6th, 7, 8, 9. I'm really struggling here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more. Oh yeah. Oh, I totally hear that one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not a good sign. That means we're coming up to the outside of the mountain. Of course I should. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so then this should connect back to the initial stair steps up. I hope. Okay, good. Math works. Okay, so now we'll have to remove this layer and then start quarrying down through it. And unfortunately, I think this is going to require us, well, this first layer we can just do a checkerboard pattern on, because then the next layer down we'll be able to just do the normal every 2 block pattern, which increases our output a little bit. It's unfortunate we're not going to get any bauxite out of this. Any quarried bauxite, I mean. But I mean, I have learned a lot of ways to make huge amounts of firewood. And with iron tools, it really doesn't take terribly long to cut that much wood. Okay, down another layer. Well, that was because I was also cutting every single leaf off of the trees. That makes a little bit of a difference too. I'm gonna have more than a stack of quarried stone out of this. Oh, I don't even have inventory space. Wonderful. You know what I should do is go and get some clay so that we can turn some of these granite stones into granite cobble so that we can actually use this. And we should be able to throw the bauxite into the crate. Well, we're able to fit all of that in there. That's good. Well, we don't need these. And then I think I'm going to grab 2 stacks of clay. Let's go check on our charcoal over here. Yeah, we're doing okay. Not going to bother with it right now. But yeah, the longer I play this game, the more hours I grind. Unfortunately. More than anything, it's just the sheer volume of hours that I play. That's the biggest complaint that I have, and that's my own fault. I like to be able to show some progress. That's a big thing for me. I could have left that one. Oh well. Alright. Back down we go. Just digging a big hole. What can I say? You know, even with this only being a 10 by 10 by 10, that's still 1,000 blocks to remove. That's a lot of blocks. Oh, and by the way, we're low enough now. We should put the ceiling on before we go too much deeper. Once again, I could have left that one. So we'll finish this layer. And then we'll put the ceiling on. And then we can work our way down the walls as we go. Okay. That is granite cobble. So we'll grab that. matter how much I complain about this game, I love it. I don't know how much I'm going to love 1.16 because I've briefly seen the drifters throwing rocks, and it's like, yeah, that seems horrible. I watched Valen for a little while on Sunday, and I mean, just dying repeatedly. Even as a large group, they were just, everybody was dying. And that did not sound overly fun to me. Alright. There's a ceiling of granite cobblestone. It's gonna make it feel dark in here. I don't think it has to be on the top, does it? I think it can be anywhere inside of it. I'm pretty sure it can be. It's just that is the only block that can't be solid firewood. I think. That might be something to test. Hey, I'm going to remember to leave that block this time. I just heard a drifter take fall damage. Yeah, I've got more than a stack of granite rocks already from this. That's what I figured. We're not even... Well, I think we are halfway done now. I thought it could be... So... I should be able to put firewood here, put the campfire there, and then right there put a block, right? Shouldn't I be able to do that? Oh. I mean, if I have to, I'll kind of redesign it a little bit. Honestly, I've never tried that. So this is going to be an interesting experiment. Okay. Wow, we just are not getting a huge amount of cobble. That's fine. Ooh, that's Swavite. That's the granite. I was like, that doesn't look right. Swavite is a bit more valuable to me. And 2 left. Do I have any more down here? And I'm going to drop off that. Yeah, I've got a whole stack. And And I'm going to drop off that swavite cobble so I don't accidentally use it again. That's still going to be a pretty good sized fire pit. Or charcoal pit. Or whatever. Oh, excuse me. And actually, no, this wouldn't even be... this wouldn't even be firewood on this one. So this one's going to be cobblestone. And so then I could put my fire there and then put a block there. So yeah, we should be good. I think we'll be fine. Pack Rat! Hey! I was just talking about you a little bit ago. Welcome, Raiders! Hey, everybody! It is great to see ya. Unfortunately, I don't have any of those little fancy things that most people do, so yeah, sorry about that, but yeah, we're working on getting a monster charcoal pit here. I was wanting to make it full size. Farron talked me out of it. That happens. So I hope you had a successful stream. I didn't see that you were streaming Vintage Story, so I'm kind of curious what you were streaming. I saw that you were doing Vintage Story yesterday. Where am I? I'm lost, dazed, and confused. But yeah, just mining out a big hole in the ground at the moment. We're just making a place for the charcoal pit to be. And trying to make it look nice. I know, trying to make a charcoal pit look nice. What's wrong with me? Ah, mine crack. Okay. Kind of like me. I'd say Pack Rat is just like me on that type of regard. It's just stupid hours of doing things. My Sunday streams are usually like that, and I'll go like 9 hours in one shot. It's like, what is wrong with me? But so yeah, we made this, and this is going to get decorated, so we'll be storing charcoal and logs here. Decorate some stuff, tool storage over there, and then this just goes out. So this was a mountain outside of my base. And so that's perfect. But we need to go check on our cementation furnace here. I'm sure that we need to refill it. Oh yeah. Trying to make some steel. Yeah. There we go. And so, yeah, just in general making everything look nice. And oh, I knew there was something I needed to come over here for. We need to pick up all of our copper ingots that we smelted here a little while ago. So let's get up here and place these back down. Because, yeah, that's just something we need to be doing. Control Shift, please. There we go. That's better. And back to digging. Back to digging we go. So you want to talk about ridiculous number of hours here. I'm in excess of 220 hours in this world, and that's in just a couple of months' time. So, yeah, I spend a lot of hours playing this game. To say the least, a lot of hours playing this game. Yeah, I remember back in the day when I used to play Technode Firmacraft, Packrat did TFC on Tuesdays at that time. It's not really a cave, it's just a place that I can make charcoal. I mean, it was just the side of a mountain originally. Oh, it's just that dark outside. So, yeah, it's just that dark. Here, actually, let's go ahead and sleep the night away. I haven't slept a night. Well, I guess I slept the night during the temporal storm here a little while ago. Let's go inside to do that, though. I love the interior of my house. It looks amazing. I need to get more of it done. So let's just see if we can see when daytime shows up. We'll get out of bed when daytime shows up. And there we go. So, just my little library here. And I'm starving. So yeah, it's just... There's a big mountain there, that's all. And it was really dark. But, kind of going for a... London-esque row house type build. That's what I'm going for. Unfortunately, I've been struggling to keep my motivation up on it. It is a lot of work to do that. I guess I can't jump up there, can I? Do it this way. But we're almost done digging this out. That's a bonus. Figured as long as I'm digging this out, you know, if I've got to remove 1,000 blocks, I might as well quarry a bunch of them. Not that I don't have tons and tons of granite already. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm kind of concentrating. I don't know why. There's not really much to concentrate on here. So I guess I should ask, how are you guys doing? It's always something that I like to ask. And if you're not following me on YouTube, you could definitely go and do that. YouTube.com/Nathan Wastrel. So, I know Packrat's subscribed to me, and I'm subscribed to him too, so keep those subs going. It always helps people out. And yeah, I know, I don't have to fill this edge back in with cobble, but that's just me. I'm a nutcase like that. There we go. Okay, so we have 3 more layers to dig out. All right, well, have a good one. I'm kind of struggling to see what the name is there. Is it Jubail? I don't know. I'm terrible with names. But I'll hope to see you again sometime. Thanks for stopping by and have a good one. I know I'm going to have to be going to bed here fairly soon, too. It's after 10 o'clock now. I got work in the morning. I'm just really glad that accident this morning, nobody got seriously hurt. That, especially when I saw a second ambulance go by after the first one left, I was really starting to get concerned. Couldn't see what was going on at the site of the accident, but yeah, it was just truck getting blown around by the wind. Ran into another truck, took out a power pole, power lines all over the highway, and yeah, just not exactly the best way to start the morning. And of course, that meant I ended up being about an hour late for work, and so I skipped my lunch for the second day in a row because, yeah, behind the 8 ball on deadlines at work, unfortunately. But I've been trying really, really hard to get some standardized pieces of equipment finished up, and not working terribly good. I mean, we got a long way to go on a lot of it still. Biggest trouble I'm running into is other people that are higher up than me in the company not agreeing with the ideas that I have. And so then I've either got to try to justify my ideas or try to convince them otherwise, of their ideas, or I have to cave myself and say, okay, well, we'll do something dumb even if it doesn't make sense. And that's just the way that it goes sometimes, unfortunately. I guess for anyone that is still sticking around from Pack Rat Stream, I am an engineer, a mechanical engineer by day, and YouTuber / Twitch streamer by night. And so, yeah, when I talk about that type of stuff, that's what I'm talking about. We design large pieces of mechanical equipment. The equipment that I work with washes gravel and manufactured rock products, so like crushed rock, removes the fine particles, and then also sizes it based on various different methods. We have multiple size screens, we have water flotation, we have, what's some of the others, there's some other methods of removing the fine particles, and I'm drawing a blank right now, but it's a pretty neat job. I'd say I don't think that I would give it up for anything at this point. I really enjoy my job, and so yeah, I want to keep doing it. Okay, so we've got as much cobble as we can make at the moment without having to go back up and get some more clay. But we'll finish this layer out. We've got to dig out the entire layer of 100 blocks because this is the bottom. And we're not going to have enough cobble to cover everything. Because I think, yeah, we just barely have a little over 100 blocks in our inventory. So we'll just have to kind of work our way around here. Spiral into the center as I spiral into oblivion. I don't know. As I said earlier, though, I'm glad that I'm starting to get my motivation back to build. That's kind of an important thing. Everything that I do in this game is a means to an end of building. Starting to get tired. But the good news is we're just about done. Now, I'm kind of curious how many... So, let's see if we can do some math while we're finishing this up. So, how many logs is it going to take to fill this thing? So, if we're 8 by 8 by 8, what's 8 cubed? So, 64 times 8... Well, 64 times 4 is 256. So, we got 512 blocks in the center of this thing. Is that right? Yeah. 512 blocks that we have to fill with firewood. So each stack of firewood is 32 firewood. And we get, is it 4 pieces of firewood per log? So that would take 8 logs, so we could divide that 512 by 4, right? I think that's right. We can divide it by 4, and that would be how many blocks we need. So 512 divided by 4 is 128. 128 stacks? No, that's not right. That's granite path. Wait, what was that? That's the sway light. We need 512 stack. Oh, that's what I'm not calculating in. So we need to take that 512 times 8. Is that right? Do we get 4 per log? How much firewood do we get per log? Let's find out. I'm not sure. So if we take this here, yeah, we get 4. So yeah, we have to take that 512 times 8. So 512 times 8. 4,096 logs. We need 4,096 logs to fill that 8 by 8 by 8 charcoal pit. Wow! That is a lot of logs. Thanks for talking me out of making that thing so big, Farron. I appreciate it. Whee! Granite everywhere. There we go. Yeah, whatever. 1,200 more. We got 2 stacks of cobble. We should be good. That should be enough to finish this out. So, how many oak did we have up here? Just real quick, I want to see how much oak I had. And we'll drop off that bauxite real quick, too. Okay, so that's a quarter of what we need. So we've almost got half in oak. We almost have half of what we need in oak. And then how much redwood do we have over here? Another 600 plus 196 or 192 and change. So we don't quite have 700. We need well over 1,000 more logs still to fill this thing in. Let's go ahead and refuel this. So yeah, we need well over 1,000 logs still. That's gonna take a little while. Maybe more than a little while. But yeah, 4,096. I think that's how many logs can be held by one iron storage crate. So that actually works out good. Because I do have the iron crate. And that one will cover with that. Oh, are we not going to have enough cobble? Well, that's fine. I was trying to find a way to use up my granite. I've got way too much of the stuff. Yeah, so we need 32. We're going to be too short. We're going to have 2 less than what we need. Really? 2 pieces of granite cobble. And then we're going to put swavite cobble there. Hey, guess what? We are almost... Did I see? I haven't gotten the ceiling. I got interrupted while I was working on the ceiling there. Whoops. And rather than making more granite cobble, we'll just steal some. I mean, we did build on a ruin. I mean, we might as well use up some of that stuff. Eventually, I'm going to completely remove the ruin and fill it in with dirt. Okay. So there's that. That's Drifter Central in there. So I think to keep drifters from spawning, we'll go ahead and put that in there. And then it can be removed whenever we fill it in. So, yeah. We basically have this place ready. So now we just need to get a lot more logs. And we need to do some decorations in here. So, like I was saying, I feel like we want to do some workbenches. And we'll probably... Actually, I think we just do some napping. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do a little of that real quick. So, what type of wood would we want to use for a workbench in there? And then we're going to need some tool racks on the walls. Maybe a place to put some sticks. So let's... Whoa, we need to eat. Okay, so if we make some tool racks, that's going to make 10. That's not a huge number of tool racks. Wow. Yeah, I would say that we got a little bit of granite rock out of that. So, it'll be nice when we get the open top crates to actually store things. But I suppose for now, we don't have a crate. Oh, wait. Yeah, we do. We've got 4 of them out there. So what type of wood do we want to use? Acacia would give a nice contrast to the color, but I feel like it might be too harsh. So we'll go ahead and grab those, because I know that we'll need them. Oh, there's some more flint. Ah. Let's go ahead and clean that up a little. And actually, bauxite stone path. Yeah, that should be over here with the stone path. Why is that not in there? Don't know. But we have a chest, so we can actually store some things there. So let's think about the color scheme over there. So we've got gray and black. Then we're going to add a little bit of brown for the tool racks. I am actually feeling like acacia would probably look good for a work table. I mean, we do have ebony too. That's a nice black wood. That might look good. Should we do ebony? I'm kind of unsure. Let's go with some ebony. I'm going to take half a stack and turn that into... Let's just take our saw with us. And we have our chisel out there, or we have it on us. So we should actually have everything that we need to be able to do a little bit of decorating here. And let's go ahead and also grab this crate of... Do we have... No, we don't. Let's go ahead and put this on our back. And then grab this storage crate, and we'll just slowly crawl our way over here. Oh, what happened? I can't see my chat. Yeah, whatever. I can see my chat now again, so that's good. So we can set up a little bit of decorative firewood, because that's definitely something that we want to do. And if we put this iron storage crate in the wall, basically it can be, whenever this thing gets full, we have enough to fill it, to fill the room back there. So yeah, I think let's pull one of these guys out of here. Oh, we can't do that. We need to have an open inventory spot. So I think let's put that right there and put the sticks in it. Grab this guy, put it here, but we don't want to have logs or redwood in there. We're going to want to get our oak in there. Okay, so we have 216 regular redwood logs. So let's go ahead and we'll just break this. That'll make it easier. maybe. Okay, so we could potentially break all of that up. And we could stack some of this stuff up in the charcoal room already. And we'll put that right there, and that's where we're going to put the oak logs, because we got tons of those. Okay, so time to make some ebony. I haven't done anything with ebony. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it looks. So, do we want to put the tool racks... Here, let's just go ahead and cover this entire wall at that height with tool racks. So then let's make some ebony planks. And right here in front of this, we're going to go ahead and set some blocks. Grab our chisel. And let's make this look a little bit more like a workbench. I feel like we're going to need something else there. How detailed do we want to go here? Do we want to make it look like there's tools hanging off the side of the bench? Or do we just want to make it look like a table? I don't know. But we're going to have to get up underneath these guys, so let's get them up in the air. So I know that we're going to want to remove the center. Let's shrink this down a little. Yeah, too far. Put that back. Actually, let's go ahead and put all of those back. Okay. So, I mean, that doesn't look horrible. So I feel like maybe we want to make it look like there's some drawers in the front of this, but if we do that, we're going to need a different type of wood. We do have maple on us. We could maybe go with redwood? Let's do that real quick and just see how it looks. So we will place down a couple of redwood logs. I mean, that's really going to stand out on that. We'll chisel one of them to start out with. Can't wait until we can actually do this the way that it's meant to be done, where we can add material in place. Okay, so then we will add our redwood to our chiseled block. Now, redwood planks, let's take it down to 2 by 2. Hey, Packrat! I understand that one. How is it going? It's good to see you here in the stream. Okay, so if we're going to go with a drawer, we kind of want to have a knob then. How are we going to put a knob on this thing? You know what? We already have a granite rock. Let's just see what this is going to look like. I really want to make something that looks good. So we'll take this down to 1 by 1. Oh, jeez. Granite. Okay, so... Do we take this in by 1 voxel? I feel like having it pulled in like that might not be the best. Well, at least this isn't terribly difficult to undo. Chiseling detail. Actually, that doesn't look horrible. Yeah, I saw that you streamed VS yesterday, and I was actually looking for the potential of someone to raid later on tonight. You know, someone that might be streaming for a long time, and it's like, because I saw Mischief of Mice. Valen was streaming. He does Vintage Wednesdays, so he does vintage stories on Wednesdays as well. But he usually only goes for a couple hours, and I usually go for quite a bit longer than that. So
Listen.
ooh. So all of mine have gone south. I take that back. One of them didn't go south. It went way east. So I've got two of them here right outside of my base. This one here goes to my farming area, which is way to the south. If my map will load. Where's my map? So that goes clear down here. So that one pops out right here. And then this one goes the 12,000 east. And this one goes down here. I need to get that one marked out where it's going. And actually that, I'm going to quickly change that, because this one is not going to home, it's actually going to the farm area. And actually, I think now that I'm at this point, I like that. I think I'm going to just do the other one here in a little bit. But some of your viewers may not have seen the farming area. You know, I know that you've seen it because you watch my videos. So let's go ahead and first off, sleep the night away. Get rid of this darkness. Maybe get rid of the rain. See, how's our charcoal doing under here? We seem to be doing okay at the moment, but we'll do that. So let's just quick pop inside. We'll sleep and then head down to the farming area just so that your people can see what that looks like, because I am pretty proud of that area. It took a lot of work and it's really shaping up. It looks really good. So let's see if we can see daytime. Daytime. Okay. And I'm starving. And it's still raining. It is still raining. I think it's been raining for several days. Okay, so a night of sleeping. This should still be okay. Let's go ahead and just add a bit more. I'll have to go take a look at your stream replay so that I might get to see that. Unfortunately, last night I couldn't do anything. I wasn't home until after 10 o'clock. So actually I got home about this time last night. So hopefully I'll get those tunnels finished here pretty soon so that I've got a decent method of actually getting over here. But there has just been so much work done over here. When I first came out here, there was a hill right here. And that has been completely cut down. And I need to finish my bridge here too. It's close. But this area, I love it. Pretty much everything here is custom built. You know, like these hills, custom built. The hill that the windmill is sitting on, custom built. Hey Farron, welcome back. I'm glad that you're finally done with the mechanic. I hope they figured out what your wiring problem was. Now, obviously right now my farms are fallow. the farms are fallow right now, but I do have a lot of seeds, so I could plant them all. But then we have the vineyard area, and I don't have ladders on me. I do have bricks, so we'll just tower up. So the best place to see this, is over here. So we'll kind of pop over this direction just a little bit, and we'll just pillar up here a little bit. Come on. Place down the blocks. And so, yeah, we can see, I'll go ahead and turn off my UI, but, you know, we've got the beautiful vineyard area right here, lots and lots of berry bushes, tons of cranberries and red currants, and then a lot of other stuff too, blueberries, black currants, white currants. Then there's I'm up to 4 farm paddocks now, and then 2 bee paddocks. So actually, if we look at the map here, we'll go ahead and zoom in all the way. So you can see there's little rows of berry bushes, the windmill here with the stuff coming up there, the 2 bee areas, and I am really proud of them. We'll go take a look at those real quick. Need to kind of trim back the bamboo a little. The bamboo is kind of getting out of control. So let's grab all of our bricks back. By the way, every bit of this is single player survival, so it's absolutely ridiculous. But so these bee areas, I like them. They are just absolutely beautiful. And they're functional too. You know, I've got the straw dummies here because, whoa, major lag spike. Must have been an autosave or something. But, you know, I come in here every once in a while and harvest some bees and then place down new skeps, and they just kind of spread around. But, you know, like this entire hill was placed by hand. It's all soil back behind, and then just a little bit of a rock facade where the cliff is, just to make it look a little more interesting. And then this other one, this is what I'm talking about. The green bamboo just kind of overdoes it, but still, this isn't bad. It looks pretty good. If I get rid of the bamboo, it'll really look nice. And so, lots and lots of flowers, lots and lots of bees. And then out here, I have my massive papyrus farm that supplies all of the papyrus that I need to make my skeps. So, yeah, I am absolutely loving this area. I love working out here, but I've been neglecting my base. But one of the things that I have been doing, and this is part of the reason why, well, if we take a look at where the translocator is, there is a new tunnel that actually got started just a couple of days ago. I designed out a tunnel design on Sunday's live stream, and I started working on it after the live stream. But we have a tunnel from the translocator running out through the water. So it's actually, part of it is in rock and part of it is submerged in water. But it goes out, can I please go down? Thank you. It goes out this direction. And the reason for that, we're not going to get out into that area so that we can stay out of the fog. Kind of annoying. But the reason for that is out here, I found an area just absolutely brimming with copper. 35% chance of copper. And even over here, it's still 19%. So I made several just straight vertical, all the way down to the mantle, mine shafts. And you can see just a huge amount of copper around there. After doing that, I had in excess of 6,000 copper nuggets. Just absolutely huge amount of copper nuggets. But around here, we don't have the copper, but what we do have in spades around here is iron. Hematite, 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 hematite. It's everywhere around here. So iron is what I get around here, around my actual base location, but I still need copper and a lot of other things, so I have to find other locations for all of that. But yeah, definitely a lot of work still to be done here. The ground floor of my house is done, but I've got 3 more floors to do. So this floor here is just temporary storage area. This floor here is not even, I don't even have the floor finished. And then the attic space, same thing. Floor isn't even finished. And I have a hole in the roof because I still need to be able to get up here. Because I haven't even finished the roof. And then also, I guess it's not just those 3 floors. There's a 4th floor because down underneath we have a basement space. So there's just tons and tons of work just on the house alone. And then we've got our bakery, and I love this firewood storage here. Looks really nice. Right now it's jam-packed, and I could cut that back a little. And then this is my bakery. And, you know, I would like to be able to put some stuff on the shelves and have it stay there, but unfortunately, food rots on shelves and it turns into rot. And so then, I guess I could maybe put some bowls up there or something. But, you know, like I've got this over here. I can't wait for 116 so that I can fire these and place them back down there. But, yeah. Then I've got my two clay ovens and just a little bit of storage here for some stuff. Ooh. Yeah, I haven't quite gotten to cheese yet. I think I've got some Generation 2 sheep right now. That one's... Yeah, so I've got some Generation 2 in here. Generation 3, I believe, is when you can start milking them without them attacking you. So I'll probably need to remove the Generation 1 and the Generation nothing. Oh, you can successfully milk all generations. Okay. But yeah, these guys need to definitely move, and I definitely need to cut back some of my pigs. Oh my god, do I have so many pigs. So many pigs. But yeah, what I am planning, so just to give a little bit of an idea of what I've got planned here. So out here in front of the house, I actually want to make a little bit of a park area. So that's kind of going to be like the town center. Next to the house here, I've already laid out the size of the next house, but I kind of want this to be my blacksmith area. So, oh, okay. I can live with that. I can live with them getting mad, just so long as they don't kill me. I guess even if they do kill me, who cares? But that I'm intending to be my blacksmith area. I'm in the process of trying to make up a pottery shop here. So that's something that I just can't seem to nail down the design. I don't really like this. I was just kind of trying to follow after the color palette of the bakery and not really liking it. So I'm going to try something else. I actually found a color scheme that seems like it might work today. So I'll have to see how that goes. Then on this side, this is going to be where it's going to be really this awesome. Welcome, Raiders. The maker of Eastcraft. Welcome. So glad to see that you brought that into Vintage Story. That is awesome. I don't know if we're planning on doing that on Rusty Gears or not, but we'll see. But this side over here, this is going to be probably the most ambitious build that I have ever done. And that is going to be a monstrous foundry because we have so much iron around here. And so, you know, we're going to have lots of windmills on the top, providing power down to helve hammers and using Archimedean screws to move materials around, chutes, hoppers, all kinds of stuff like that. Pounders to make all kinds of stuff. It's intended to be just a monstrous area. So we'll see how that goes. Ooh, 2 people? That would be awesome. I'll tell you, obviously you know how to do modding. And I would love to get into it because I've got some ideas. I would like to make something kind of similar to Create so that we could have something a little bit more useful for leather and doing some more simple automation type stuff. One of the things that I've kind of felt for a long time about Vintage Story is it's cool to be able to make your tools, on the anvil with the smithing mechanic that's in place. But after you've made 40 or 50 pickaxes, you kind of get tired of it. And so what I would like to do, part of it, and this is one of the main reasons I want to be able to do it, is to make a forge, a drop forge. And so you have to place in a hot ingot, but the dies that are used in the forge have to be made out of steel. And so you wouldn't be able to get to the drop forge until you have already entered, making steel. And at that point, you can then make your tools easier. And to me, that makes sense. But then, being able to make conveyor belts so that you would make your conveyor belts out of leather, and that would give a use for leather, because early game leather is important. Late game, who cares about leather? It's just one of those things. But that's I've wanted to do something like that, and so I'm. Know of any good tutorials on how to do modding in Vintage Story? All right, that's awesome. I would love it if you could get me started. Yeah, the skill levels on TFC was definitely a nice thing. I missed that too. I remember I used to work with play with a guy called Bloody the Great, and he would go out and mine tons and tons of copper just so that he could go and smith pickaxe heads and throw them away so that he could up his skill in smithing. Oh yeah, the added durability was just amazing. And if nothing else, okay, so if you wanted to say that adding durability wasn't a thing, maybe you could make a mine faster. Because I don't know, let's see here, does it actually say, yeah, it does say a mining speed. So if that would be able to be edited, you could potentially have durability increase as well as speed increase. That'd be cool. Yes, absolutely. You have dedicated jobs. And I really miss some of the fruit related things, vinegar and stuff like that. And I am really glad to have carry capacity in here. The ability to be able to go over here and pick up a chest. Gotta have empty hands, of course. But to be able to pick up a chest and carry it, that was part of TFC. I mean, how many times did I walk back and forth carrying barrels of water? All right, well, thanks for the raid, man, and I will definitely hit you up. Obviously, it won't be tonight because I probably need to get going here pretty soon. But yeah, that is cool. Thanks a bunch, and I will talk at you later. Have a good one. But yeah, there's definitely some mechanics that I miss from TFC, and there's some that I don't really miss, but I can't. Oh, that was one of them that I don't miss at all, and that is the random cave-ins while you're mining. That was, I totally forgot about that. You had to make the, what was it, the support columns or something, and so every once in a while you had to. I have not tried the 1.12 version of TFC yet, and I heard that someone was working on porting it into 1.15. So I don't know for sure. Yeah, when it worked. The worst part is when you would have one cave in and then everything just went. But you know, being able to quarry out monstrous areas here in Vintage Story, it kind of doesn't feel right. But yeah. Oh, they're working on 1.8. Oh, cool. Cool. I hope they add a few new things then. I might have to look into that. Because I know I had great fun on TFC. I actually did more TNFC, Technode Firmacraft. So it had a few other mods thrown in. You know, it had forestry, it had mechanism. There was a couple other things I can't really think of. But, you know, forestry and mechanism were a couple of the big ones that were in there. Oh, immersive engineering was in it as well. So, oh, TNFC is in 112? Awesome. I actually had someone the other day ask me if I was going to go back to TNFC, and so I might have to look at that. Because, yeah, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. For the longest time, TNFC was my most viewed videos. So, yeah, I mean, that was kind of where I got my start. Oh, okay, that's cool. Awesome. Well, maybe I'll have to look into that. You know, I should really write that down. Let's see here. Where on earth is my pen? There it is. What is my pen doing inside the spiral of a notebook? So, let's see here. TNFC. Right, please. TNFC 1.12. All right. Well, I'll have to look into that. And just so that I don't forget it. I got it written down now. Well, anyway. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got going on here with our steel. Oh, some of the bricks are damaged. Oh no, did the fire go out? No, the fire did not go out. I think it's done. Is it done? I think it is. Well, I'm not going to open it tonight. That's going to be for a YouTube episode. If you guys want to see me open up my steel, this will be the first steel that I have ever made in Vintage Story. So if you want to see that, be sure that you go and subscribe over on YouTube so that you can see my next episode when it comes out. I would hope it's going to be like Saturday or something. So, yeah. Be sure to go over there and check out my YouTube channel. Yeah, it looks like it's done. That is awesome. So that's going to be how we know when it's finished. There will be some damaged bricks. So it looks like we've got one down here, one up there, one right there. So we've got 3 damaged bricks. Yeah, it looks like there's just 3, unless I've got some extras. There might be some on the inside if I've got a few too many. Well, first I've got to get the, this is part of what's going over into that area is, where I'm going to have the massive smelting area or foundry. There's going to be a huge area for bloomeries and then several of these refractory furnaces, the cementation furnaces. I've got a few bricks here, but they're all tier 2. I have not found any titanium yet, unfortunately. I haven't even found traces of titanium yet. So, it's going to take me a while before I can get tier 3. But yes. We have steel waiting for us, or at least blister steel. So the blister steel, and we'll be able to take it up there and work it down on our helve hammer. And well, it's like I say, around here there was a bunch of surface copper. I had a lot of copper on the surface, but there's no copper down below. And peat. Okay, I forgot about that. But there's tons and tons of hematite around here. I mean, you can see as I found it. I found the first little bits here, 0.3% hematite over here. When I was, I know, water wheels. I know. Yes. And it makes it interesting because then you get to go on expeditions and, either you can, well, in the case of both of us, we can go and do a live stream as we go on an expedition, or you can do an expedition on a YouTube channel or on a YouTube video, and, that's pretty fun too. It gives you something to do. You find lots of caves, you might find new translocators, there's just all kinds of stuff that you can do to kind of fill in the gaps between major building or major tech advances, things like that. But yeah, around here, there's just tons of iron. And so I found this one here is what I found first, a 0.3% chance of hematite. And so Pro Pick is very important. Anyone that's never used it, learn how. It's very important. And then I found another one that was 0.3, but so I started going this direction because down here I wasn't finding anything. And I got 1.4. So awesome, we're getting better. So then it was 1.6, getting better still. 1.7, ooh. And then I get up here and it's back down to 1.0. Okay, fine. So I came back over here. I wasn't wanting to, resin. Forgot about all those. I wasn't really wanting to go out under the water, which I probably should have, but I went underneath here and started going this way, and then 2.6, 3.3, 3.8, 4.5, 5.7, 6.7, and then I busted into a cave, and there was a vein of rich hematite looking at me. It's like, hey, awesome. But also having node search turned on is kind of important too. I know that is not on by default in single player worlds, but node search really, really important to have turned on for the Pro Pick, because that's that was one of the 2 search modes on Terra Firmacraft as well. So you had, like I can't even remember what they were called anymore. But you have the ore distribution or whatever it was, and then you have the actual short range searching around you. Ooh, bountiful? Nice. Oh yeah, bountiful. Isn't that like 35 units per ore or something? Let's see here. Bountiful. No, oops, I am in guides. Bountiful hematite. What? Okay, so there's limonite. That's a type of iron. Hematite. 40 units. Wow. Holy cow. I mean, that's 40 units, I think, is what you get out of a crystallized medium. Rich pieces of hematite can be used to draw symbols and cave paintings on hard surfaces. What? What is this? While aiming at a hard surface, use F key to change the symbol. Sprint key plus right click to draw. What? Oh, I'm going to have to look into that. That is cool. I had no idea that was a thing. When was that added? Oh, cool. Well, you find out something new every day, don't you? But so one thing that I am definitely going to do here. So I'm going to... Oh, really? I can't nap on top of a chiseled surface? Oh. Darn it. I wanted to put a napped thing on top of here. I guess I could chisel it out. Yeah, let's just do that. So we'll say that they're making an axe here. Let's just see what this looks like. So this is going to be a lot of chiseling. So first we got to take it down to what, 1 voxel thick? I don't know. Let's place one on the ground and just see what it looks like. Okay, so if we go like that, why did I make a shovel? I don't know. So yeah, we'll go 1 voxel, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and this should be 16. Okay, just wanted to make sure he wasn't inside of here. I guess this also means then that I can't accidentally break this either. So if it's 10 by 10, then that means that I should take off 1 layer all the way around this thing. And then we can put the shape into it here in just a bit. Whoops. Just about to starve again. Okay, so I don't want a flint shovel head. I want a flint axe head. Okay, so 4 wide on the bottom edge. And you know what? Yeah, we'll have it facing that way. Why not? Okay, so it's just going to be those 2. That'll be 4 voxels. Yeah, that's the right size. And then we just need to go 1 more out. So, okay, there's that. And yeah, we can remove that. Okay, well, we're getting closer. That looks like the right length already. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1 more off. That doesn't feel right. We'll just do that. Okay, time for 1x1s. Shave off an entire layer. I do kind of wish that we had like chisels and bits here and be able to take off a layer at a time, because this is ridiculous. Having to go 1 at a time, and I think I'm going to hold Alt. And I'm going to slow down my mouse too, so that I got a little bit more precision. clean off this outside edge. Now it's too long on this side, so let's take that down. Nope, it does need this entire front edge taken off. I've got the wrong material for that one. Let's go ahead and repair that. Okay, we have now an axe head sitting here waiting to be attached to a handle. I don't know. I do kind of miss the ability to place sticks back on the ground. That would be nice if I could do that, because I'd love to be able to put a stick there. But I guess I could just make a handle and have it sitting there. I don't know. But then we still need to add the redwood and granite to this other one so that we can put a drawer on that one as well. Yeah, just in general, I'm kind of liking this. This looks pretty nice. So now let's go ahead and do the next thing that I was going to do. And that is, it helps if I press the right button. Let's go ahead and make a little bit of firewood here. And we'll place a little bit down there. Love the fact that you can do that. So we got little piles of firewood waiting to go back into the charcoal area. Let's go ahead and move these out of here. They're kind of ruining the aesthetic. So yeah, we'll have piles of firewood laying around like that. Tools in here, maybe another workbench or something. Feel like having this crate here with sticks in it. I don't like that. And maybe I could put, like, here, let me try that. If I put this right here next to the workbench, that feels a little bit better, but actually, let's do this instead. We'll remove this piece of gravel, and we'll put this right there. Not nearly intrusive that way. Nice. So yeah, in general, we've got a lot of little decorative stuff to do in here, but I think it'll look really, really cool when it's all said and done. So, yeah. But like I said, it's getting pretty late. It's been great having all of you guys here. I really appreciate the raids. Really appreciate you guys coming by. Let's see if we can find someone to pass the raid along to. So, see who is up and about. If we've got anybody playing Vintage Story. Yeah, we've got, we've got Crafty, we've got Beef QL, not Vintage Beef. But I know I've gone and raided Crafty a few times, and I feel like it's time to go raid somebody else. So let's go ahead and raid Beef and see how he's doing. So let's see here. Let's get raid channel Beef QL. Let me just see here. I'm wanting to see good one, Packrat. We'll see you later. Look forward to seeing your live stream replay. Might have to watch that tonight. So, all right. Well, let's go ahead and do it. And I will see you guys on the other side.